All right, it's Wednesday, and much like Tuesday, that means it's a good day for Battle Brothers. Last we left off, I believe we made some journeys out through the wilds. It was kind of a long play session. Yesterday, we actually turned a new recruit into a real Chad here with Blackbeard the Cleaver Bro, cleaving Lindworms. We actually ended the last stream taking out some of those Lindworms. And if I recall correctly, yeah, there's a 2 skull, which you can see as indicated by the 2 little skull icons in the top of the contract. That there's a 2 skull unhold contract that I was thinking I would do because I have these Lindworm scales, and with Lindworm scales and unhold hide, I can make a Lindworm scale cloak, which is a pretty nice item for specifically for the attachment of the piece of armor that I give to my tank. Other bros may want to opt for either bone armor plating, which is always nice, or bone plating, just called bone plating, or additional fur padding. If I find some dire wolves, then I can craft a whole bunch of that. And those will all make great attachments for the bros that will allocate according to their fatigue and, you know, needs and whatever. So, hey Bijante, how's it going? First things first, I should update my objectives. Find Goblin City. Keep powering up. That's obvious, right? Find Goblin City. I'm gonna put Idjarok. And then also at the very end of last stream, I was informed that the Holy War was kicked off. And unfortunately or fortunately, I'm not really sure, I've made an enemy of both a southern city-state and a noble house. So my ability to participate in either is kind of limited because I really cut off a lot of the map from myself if I do. However, that does mean that their armies will be mobilizing and moving across the map, and even if I'm not taking contracts to get some of the long, juicy fights with lots of experience and, you know, whatever, their armies will be moving across the map. So there will be opportunities to hopefully fight some knights, or, I mean, really it's knights. That's what I want. I want the armor from the knights from the north. I could also get like a second gun for my ranged bros to set them up as double gunners. That would also be really nice. Other upgrades that I'm looking to do, I'm still hanging on to a lot of maces that are not so great. I've got these regular 2-handed mace and 2-handed spiked mace, so I'd like to replace those with 2-handed flanged maces. Unfortunately, there's not like a great way to get those other than just buying them or getting them on a recruit. So that's kind of where we're at. So first things first, let's fight some unholds. Let's see, I'm not like too scuffed. No, the team's looking like they're literally in perfect shape. So we can warm up our hearts and minds with just a few free briggies. The fools believe that they have ranged advantage because they're dumb. DF16 squad incoming. Oh my. That is a very exciting, presumably raid announcement. Hello. Hey, Damien. DF16. Thanks for the raid. The battles are going well. The battles actually just got started. What game were you streaming? Are you another Battle Brothers streamer? I don't believe I've seen you, if so, but apologies if that's incorrect. B-Bros at the end of the stream? Nice. Yeah, it's a very good game. I am playing Vanilla Battle Brothers. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I understand exactly what you mean by that. Yeah, I'm playing some vanilla Battle Brothers, but I'm playing kind of for, in a way, like a roguelike in a way. Playing for consistency and win streaks is kind of my ideal play pattern, and so we are taking a company that's pretty established into superpower levels. Yeah, understood. I always do the same. Have a good one. Thanks for the raid. So yeah, the team is powering up. The ultimate objective, we've got a, hopefully a bot is working. Good, it is. Sort of a description of my personal, rules for the way I like to play, and a sort of description of the things that I simply disallow. Also, how about the four enemies that all fell in that one single handgun blast? That was something. All right. Nice, easy little warm-up fight to get us started. The Holy War just kicked off, and so we are, fortunately, I don't know, we are an enemy of a southern city-state simultaneously to one of the noble houses on the map. So it'll be difficult for us to participate in the noble war, but it will be perhaps an opportunity for those armies moving across the map to be prime opportunities for some sweet, sweet loot. Alright, 5 unholds should not pose a problem. The only real risk is just making sure we don't put our ranged bros in too much harm's way. In fact, I might take my most fragile one and put him away temporarily. Especially because it's nighttime, and so the opportunities for good ranged attacks will be low. I think I'm gonna back up just exactly 1 hex on everyone, and I'm gonna bring the tank straight down, who has the Orc Trophy, so he can't be stunned by their charge. And we're hoping they charge and, try to push him. That'll kind of work. So I think I'm just gonna start picking away at him from the top and bottom. actually the best start. Decent number of misses in there. Since my tank is used in Dom, I'll go ahead and just blast right where he's standing, like a jerk. Six enemies hit in one turn. Seems pretty good. Should be pretty easy to finish him off from there. Cleaver does indeed decimate unarmored unholds. That is a fact. Alright, and we got the unhold hide, which will now allow us to make an unhold scale cloak. So we have an option to maybe fight some Hexen. I don't think I'm going to bother, if we're being honest. It puts us at too much risk for random injuries we don't need to take, and they just simply aren't going to pay us out well enough for it. So are there any other taxidermists nearby? There's one down there. I could maybe check out what's at Hikma, maybe head up this tent city, this nomad tent city that I've walked past like 3 times, found it very early on in the run and kind of ignored it for a while. So let me do one thing real quick, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Okay. And I might just see if there's any, you know, enemy noble armies coming to fight down here, or maybe this southern city, because, you know, there are northern soldiers that pass through here. Are they the faction that I'm at war with? They are not. So I don't do third-party fights, so I won't participate in anything that is already underway. It looks like Dahab is getting their butts kicked. And there we go. Ooh, lots of conscripts and an assassin. An assassin could be an opportunity for a nice nimble set of armor. I think if that's the case, I should bring in my other Katal. Probably don't need the tank in this fight, or honestly kind of most fights, but especially this one I don't think he'll need to do much. So we're gonna go fight this. I say I've got ranged advantage, so they will charge me. The assassin being a rare enemy type, or I'm still talking about unarmored unholds. Okay, got 2 enemies set up for death blows. And I'm not sure I pushed this guy. Yeah, the assassin, okay. Yeah. And I don't think I pushed this guy forward. Him in this hex is way too dangerous. I can leave him here though, because I'm going to send this fatigue neutral up 2 hexes. Pew. This guy's probably pretty safe against this assassin. Should be. Slightly less safe now that he's got days on him. I might just do a couple throws of the javelin instead of reloading the handgun with that guy. Okay. See if someone can bail that guy out. Should be able to. That was pretty good. Let's just finish off that guy on top. Even though it's not exactly where I want to put the dazes from the perspective of following up the Catals. Now I think I will move in there. We'll get him in position for next turn. Oh, assassins. And their fancy weaponry. They're not the throwers. So I'd like to get some surrounds going on this guy while the enemy units are fleeing, so that there's the extra resolve, you know, malice going on when they die. So I'm hoping to dagger down that armor. I've had enough times where it went poorly though, even with established teams, that admittedly Killing this assassin actually makes me a little nervous. Getting a full surround definitely helps though. And I do have a couple nats. Should be enough enemies around this guy for him to die, but I kind of want the Catalbro to be among those that are surrounding the assassin. Oh, assassins. Try to go for a stun too. Okay. Here's my net. That should make this a lot easier. By a lot easier. Ooh, see, that was too much armor damage. It'll be okay, but. Alright. So we got an assassin's robe. Unfortunately, his hat was not the, there's a face mask that also, this is like a perfect pairing because it's a 6 fatigue penalty hat that goes with it very nicely, but still very good. We could simply put bone plating on it, and that would be a pretty good piece of armor. The other thing we could do is I've got one more initiative build here in this gunner that is still a little light on the INI, and it would be nice to bring that up for future fights. And so if I could get some hyena pelts, I can put those on it. So I'm gonna hold off for the moment. We'll go ahead and put it on someone so that a drunk doesn't lose it, because that would be sad. We'll go ahead and get this guy a pole mace to go with his regular mace. The perfect pair. Yeah, that's probably all I want to do. I'm pretty sure. And I may want to consider training up one more backup bro to just not bring the Catals at all for Monolith. I'm dubious of their value, even, you know, they can help with Necrosavants, and, you know, I can give them a big bonk and they can still participate, but they're pretty bad at that, actually. I mean, this guy's okay, 91 melee skill's pretty good, but I don't know. Might be better to train up a better proper army. So I'm gonna head over towards this wandering kingdom. Oh! Yeah, right. They're passable with a bonk. I mean, that's probably what I'll do. But, or even just a heavy rusty axe is probably what I'll do. But, so my monk just healed the Catalbro of Ailing. He's been hanging on to that for a long time. How great. Let's see, can I get there before nightfall? I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's see, a plethora of outlaws, many archers, and a few nomad leaders. We definitely do want to fight this. We've got our 2 anticipation bros sitting in front of the ranged bros in the front, sort of the center of the formation. Hopefully we get there before nighttime. We didn't. That's still fine, especially considering that nomads have dodge. And so even though I have a penalty to my melee, or excuse me, ranged attack, they have a penalty to their ranged defense. And they're one of the, you know, few enemies in the game that actually really has ranged defense, so not so bad. Okay, here's our 2 leaders. Here I'm probably just going to send this guy forward in Indom. That seems like the sensible choice. I don't love the bottom here. I hope that's it for enemies there. I think it should be. I'm gonna get Blackbeard here so I can bring my polearm bro up to do a little poking and prodding. Okay. It's a nice little block of men that they formed here to shoot into. So that'll help the relatively hampered ranged attack. Just give them more targets. So I want this guy to engage more shields. There's kind of more shields up there, so I'm gonna have this guy go above and this guy go down below. He's also got the mace to hopefully set up a daze for the Catal. Nomads pulling out their pocket sand, as they do. Okay. It's gonna feel good to finally take out this camp. I've been like staring at it for like this whole run. Nice. And hey, Sins. Remember that? I mean, it's a weirdly specific detail to remember from someone else's run, but there's a nomad camp that I found early on that I walked past. I was like, nah. And I think you made the comment, as a viewer, I'd like to see you fight it, but as a player, you shouldn't. And then I like passed by it a couple times. We're finally there. So, kind of exciting. I didn't know if, you know, with your impaired mental state, if that would be something that might have been, you know, while you were pumped full of whatever they're pumping you full of. just gonna send this guy forward. Oh yeah, dude, I didn't watch the end of your stream, but you are off to a, like, beautiful start, for sure. Yeah, you are definitely a powerhouse already. Like actually 0 or like seems like 0? I haven't paid too much attention. I was sort of watching here and there as I was working on other things. I see. I mean, that is the downside to making that specific decision. I mean, worth, but not without at least some consequences. Yeah, just a weird spot, for sure. Oh man, the leader is fleeing. But yeah, that's kind of funny if you've actually had literally 0 ambitions. So then your fame must actually be probably kind of low, which is kind of funny. If so. Yep. We'll need to bail the banner out here. Let's see what happens there. Stunned right away, then got rid of it. Let's just finish him off. Then I can push forward. Get off my banner. Don't stab him. Here we go. There we go. Say those ones in the back, I was guessing we're gonna start fleeing. Okay. Let them take themselves out. Cool. It's over. Not bad. No named items. There's a piece of me that was like, if I find a named item in that camp, will that make me happy or sad? You know? I mean, it doesn't matter, right? The decision whether to fight it is based on the probability of the outcome, not the actual outcome. However, you know, there's a piece of me when there's a camp I like walk past because I can't fight yet because it's a sea of tents, and then I leave it, and then I come back like 40 days later and I'm like, eh? I was just curious. And I think that's the only item that I want. I could probably get value out of the fighting spear instead of an arming sword. Maybe not though. 80 melee skill is pretty good. I mean, really I want to upgrade from the arming sword to a noble sword. On that bro. I don't think the fighting spear is worth. Even though, you know, for the most part, the only enemy he's likely to fight in melee in a lot of situations is like situations where it matters is necro savants. So I don't know, whatever. Cool. I'm gonna head down to Hikmah as previously. Oh. Speaking of necro savants, we can probably fight this one, but we'd need to pull this guy out. Anyone else? I guess this guy too. Could simply do the fight with two fewer, or like one fewer bro. How many was it? Just some? What time of day is it? Night, almost day? You know, and what I should do too, actually, is stop by those port cities and pick up a bunch of nets. I picked up a bunch early on in the run, but kind of never made it back to those specific cities, and then haven't had an opportunity to fill back up for fights where I might want them. You know, I'm actually thinking I'm not gonna bother. I'll leave that one. Since I've got a handful of bros either hurt or whatever, I can just leave it. I don't care. Okay, I might buy that. Can take this opportunity to craft the Lindworm Scale Cloak, as previously mentioned. I don't think I have an armor that I want to put it on quite yet, but if I get the Ijirok, I might put it on that and then give it to my tank. Deliver cargo to Heistein. What is it? That in Horum. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's one of those port cities. Could get some nets there. Sort caravan, caravan. Nah. So I'm gonna have vendor stuff here. Probably just buy that nimble armor outright. Do I have a use for this fire lance? Honestly, kind of. Could give it to this guy once he gets bags. I don't think I need any pole maces anymore. The sipars, actually, I could hang on to a couple of those. You got heaters in the backpacks of the Catals if they need them. But I think like a couple extra sipars honestly would be a good idea to have. Because if I'm going to fight orcs, and I'm unfortunately not going to be able to take bags on this guy at all. So that's too bad. In fact, we're basically just going to set him up to... We're really honestly kind of only giving him recover for Monolith. Mostly. Like, he's not a particularly strong tank. Just simply did not find one. Maybe could have started, you know, done a bit more fishing for a suitable candidate, but I didn't do it. I'm gonna sell the Shimmering Ashes, gonna sell the Unold Heart, gonna sell the Lindworm Blood. Sell the paint set. Yeah, and I think I may well just buy this armor. This looks great. Especially to give to the Cleaver Bro. Put bone plating on this. This is really good. Yeah. And I think I will just put bone plating on it. And then we're going to give him a 5 fatigue helmet of some form. This guy will compromise and give this. Actually, what I could do too on this guy, because I also have the Assassin's Robe that I could do something with. Try to get another bone armor plating for it as well. It's likely. It's likely to happen. Just give it the attachment that we want it to have. And I can probably also actually... I can swap those guys' armors interchangeably. Since I'm probably not using this guy much anymore. Yeah, I think we'll make that trip up to Horum, and then I think that'll be an opportunity to teleport over to Ludendock and then do another journey through unknown territory. Stock up on food and other such things. So I'm gonna buy only the food that lasts a while here. So we will accept this mission. Did I even look at... Yeah, don't really need to, but... So I'm gonna buy these masterfully cured rations. Little rice, little goat cheese, a bunch of lamb, some tools, some ammo, a net. Okay, we're pretty well stocked up here already. So yeah, we are definitely in like the luxury part of the run, unquestionably. where you're buying named items, where realistically, oh boy, Hikmah is burning the place down. Kind of rude, but luckily the harbor still works despite being on fire. If only Cao Cao had tried that. Okay. Buy a little fish. And we'll take a boat. Settlement condition here is looking a little rough as well. Not done with terrorizes. Maybe. I do want to find some dire wolves specifically for additional fur padding for armor pieces that we were hoping to find, because I got all these thick white furs. So I might take that. And if it's something else, then we just kill that. That's fine. But Noxeras. I mean, I could even just cancel the contract. They paid me in advance, so it's a bigger penalty, but like, kinda who cares? I don't think I really care about my relationship with them. And I think there's honestly not too much point to it. Yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna cancel it. Assuming I don't have like a terrible relationship with them already for some reason. I don't think so. Yeah, no, they like me just a little bit. And now they don't. Okay. So, could maybe head here just like straight west. Carve out this lower part of the desert. Maybe I get further away from civilization faster by taking the road. 17 Noxeras? What are they doing here? I'd hate to fight him now after canceling the contract. That feels a little bit too self-sacrificial. Okay, there's some orc down there. Maybe they spawned from something nearby. If you hear a little bit of extra bird sound effects, my windows behind me are open and I can hear an owl kind of doing some fun sounds. Alright, we're just gonna churn through these wilds and fight what we can fight. I'm a little sad walking through here without the bounty hunter, but could get him. Maybe wouldn't be a terrible idea. I think those were Noxeras. We'll spread the guns out. Okay. Oh, and my Catal should be somewhere else. Actually. Well, whatever. There they are. The aforementioned Noxeras. doing whatever it is that Noxerers do. Give him the whip. He doesn't have quick hands, so probably shouldn't have even bothered to do that, but I did. I feel like this fight would be a little bit more deadly if the Noxerers would wait just a little bit longer before pushing forward. Still wouldn't really matter, but it would at least, you know, it would be smarter for them to wait just a little. And the only really scary weapon that they've got all on the other side is just that great axe. Don't do that, Mr. Poopin' Enemies. Okay, and the Great Axe never got to attack. Right, he does not have quick hands. Off with your head. Screw it, let's just get those guys involved. Go ahead and smack them with your fire lance. Stabbed. Oh! I thought it was a running Nox error. Here I was passing my turn. Okay, whew. Almost broke my rule of farming wiedergangers. Oh my goodness, what do we have here? Hey, look at that beauty. Beautiful. That is great. That is a great armor with a really pretty nice fatigue roll. I don't know what the range on the plated mail hauberk is. Yeah, but that's one of the better ones. Lowest possible is 27, goes up to 33. And as far as the durability goes, it's on the upper end of its range as well. And it's one of the better and biggest armors out there. Very nice loot. Do I think there's an argument for just spamming 200 flails on Monolith? I mean, I think that there's almost an example of speedrun versus playing for consistency that plays out with the flail, where it has such a wide damage range that I don't like strategically situations where with a mace I know I would finish off like an Ancient Honor Guard or something, you know, assuming I hit it, if I've got a mace or a heavy rusty axe. But with the flail I might. So I think there's some downside there that isn't to be underestimated from like a just strategic decisions of little things that you're kind of hoping to accomplish. But obviously, like, you know, they come with lines of shields, right? That the flails are insane against. So from that perspective, they're certainly good, and they're good on trash bros for those situations where you're just hitting the ancient dead with shields. I don't know. It's a good thought, and there's certainly some merit there, but yeah, I don't know. And I could toss the Lindworm Scale Cloak on this piece of armor I just looted, but I think I'm gonna hold off and put that on Armor the Idurok, and then shove that on the tank. Probably. Or I could put it on there and give him the helmet of the Idurok. Either one works. He just needs one of the two. This is a nice light armor, which I do really care about for the tank. What is the weight of Armor the Idurok? Minus 32. This is actually really quite light. Helmet of the Idurok is minus 20. Yeah. Yeah, I like the idea of hopefully getting like additional for padding for some of these other armors that we're finding. And putting the Lindworm Scale Cloak on the Armor of the Idurok and throwing that on the tank. That just feels too natural. Oh, hello. All right, so this is the first Orc Sea of Tents. I am not 100% certain of how to evaluate my team against Orc Sea of Tents. Yeah, ideas being more consistent with Trash Bros, and definitely the flail works on Trash Bros a lot better than other items that cause them to just struggle, you know, and breaking through the shields. So I can't use that. Could give him this. This guy's still functional. I'm gonna try this Orc Ceotens. I'm not sure how perfectly ready I am for it because I don't play this style of builds, but I think I'm gonna be fine. What? Maybe the Goblin Poison here. That might be a nice chance to use it. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. I mean, I'm already kind of... I'm really only running one Catalbro who's just surrounded by fatigue neutral maces. What I really need to do, and actually maybe should have done, is instead of heading out to the wilds, it might have been an opportunity for me to head over to like at least this one weaponsmith and just buy a bonk, you know, live, laugh, bonk, as it were. So yeah, I think I've got strong enough bros. As long as I can keep them off my gunners. I think the thing I struggle with is how? I mean... yeah, I'm in sort of unfamiliar territory. But let's see. I don't think it'll be a disaster. I think it could go bad, but... actually, now that I say that out loud, we're in forest terrain, and we're gonna try something. They move at different speeds between the speed at which the young, the berserkers, and the warriors and warlords can move, because they don't all equally have Pathfinder. So I'm just gonna straight up back up. The tank will move the slowest, but that's actually fine. So we'll try this. I haven't had an opportunity to really see this in action at all. I could maybe do it just to this high ground? Question mark? That seems okay. Got this high ground here, and then this kind of like, I don't know, weird flank protector. That seems pretty good. Attack pocket indom on a newt. Huh. I might actually just have my tank hold this spot. And then have everyone else file in here. I think I like that, actually. And then we'll make the line. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying something. Orcs, you're so loud. They scream so much. Okay. We'll see how this works. They're still going to get their charges in, which I guess is just the way it is. What's funny is actually, I need to take a moment to kind of laugh at this. I'm still focused. I'm so focused on all these fights about like limiting and controlling the amount of contact to my bros, which is like the whole reason I run spear bros. I don't run spear bows, and I still do a fight where I'm just obsessed with like, how can I create these little pockets and like concave formations where I can, I don't know. I can't escape it. You can take the spear from Slurgy, but you can't take the Slurgy out of the spear. Or something like that. I'm gonna keep the mace out here. Hello, Blackfire. That's right. See, Bijante's got it. He knows. He knows. He gets it. They get it. I don't know. Don't want to assume. Hold the line. And probably end on here for the charge. Okay, they're just gently stepping forward instead of charging. Okay, pretty good gunshot. We'll just leave that guy there. Actually, probably it's going to be one of those few fights where probably going to run out of ammo. Ow, rude. Run out of ammo on the gunners, that is. But what a beautiful shot that was. That's very funny to me. I never did use the goblin poison there. No, I miss my spear bros. I do. I miss them. Just gonna be honest. But the nice, you know, the upside is it has made me think about some of these fights in tactical ways that, you know, I don't normally do. Like finding this little chunk of terrain and, you know, improvising and working with it. There's something to be said for that. You're finding your spear bro to be underwhelming? They are in some fights. I mean, that's fair. But they unlock orcs and chosen so very early. And like the big ones. The big camps. See, I love it. Turn an offense into defense. Okay, that Catal is in danger. He's only got one hex that can attack him at a time, and he's still managing to get wrecked a little. Yeah, Spear Wall did save us from the stuns. Let's see. All the ones moving next don't have the cleavers, right? So if they charge up, maybe that's fine. Okay, the guy with the stick. Alright, Warlord engaged. Don't really want to put this guy here. I'd rather put him here, but then this guy doesn't get an attack. So that's probably fine. Bonk. He did have Headhunter up, so... Out of ammo. Unbelievable. How could this happen to me? Okay, good. That guy didn't rally. Which is all I really cared about there. So this guy's about to lose his Indom. So he's got immunity to being stunned, but still can be pushed. This guy's pretty defensive. I suppose I could probably move up here. I don't think I should, though. Couldn't recover, so I didn't know what to do. Yeah, so this guy I should probably move down a hex for when those push through. And if these two move up together, that's fine. Oh, they're running away. I suppose their numbers have dwindled pretty substantially. Well, I definitely want to take out the ones that are fleeing. That's for sure. Oh, I should not have moved that guy there. I mean, it's fine, but... yeah, they're fleeing. For realsies. I didn't really realize that the bone armor plating had that, like, fun necklace. Get him. Oh my goodness. Incredible. Orc Warlord taken out with a fire lance. How embarrassing. Okay, I was like, how did he do that? Oh, if that one's gonna flee now too. Oh, and now they're all gonna flee. Most of them. And I will move the Catal away so that I don't, like, kind of accidentally break his weapon. Gave student on a level 1, bro. Level 2, bro? I assume you mean? You want turning one bro into a super bro? What role did you pick for that? I didn't, or like what type of bro, maybe? Is the orc returning? The axe companion? A good choice. Is he really coming back? Could he not? Does he not know where he's going? Is he lost? I mean, I can go kill him if that's. What is this orc doing? All right, Mr. Orc. Lost a Catal to, zoning, yeah, yep. Orc warriors they're definitely the #1 enemy for... Okay. Okay. All right. Would have been much faster to just chase him down, turns out. And we got an orc shield. Which, as disappointing as that might appear at first blush, I kind of don't hate them when I have bags and belts. I guess when I don't have bags, I do hate them. That's disappointing. Yeah, I mean, that orc would have been left in, like, dishonor, right? He wouldn't have been able to live that down. Oh, no bags is a very sad tank, but... yeah, he's a sad tank. He's a sad boy. That's just how it is. That's a disappointing level up. I'm gonna press this button because I like it. Wait a minute. Yeah, that armor's, yeah. This is what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Okay, well. Pretty disappointing loot. There is another sea of tents over there, which we could go check out. Who all took damage except the Catal? This guy got hit a little in the head. Probably could keep like a decayed great helm as a backup forge armor. I'll just put on the armor stand. No one else really got hit much. Really didn't take much damage at all. So I could go down to that other sea of tents. I feel like I should. Probably wait for daytime so that the gunners have better accuracy. Let's see what's there. Okay, normal orc stuff. Let's see how a fight like this goes without tricky forest terrain. And a different Catalbro in. Can also, should also change that. Let's give this guy with the highest ranged attack the Goblin Flask. How's about? I didn't use it last time, but... Okay, so this one's open terrain. A little bit smaller pure numbers-wise from the orcs. Kind of take a look at their distribution and loadout. I don't know. I don't like fighting these without my spears. Don't like it. That is a lot of warriors. So ideally, I tie up as many cleavers as possible up there. Do I... Yeah, I don't feel comfortable having him do lone wolf stuff. I just don't. He's gonna run out of shields. Definitely want the gunners to be hitting in this clump somehow. They are going to be the ones to go first. Next round. It's just like I want to back up just one hex. Get this guy on the bottom edge to get surrounded. Okay. I think I kind of know how I'm going to do this. I don't think I'm going to use the phrase how I want to do this, because I don't feel terribly comfortable with this at all. I'm gonna position him like here. I'll let him get surrounded, but I'm not gonna do lone wolf. I don't trust him to survive for a super long time necessarily. If he were confident, maybe I'd reconsider, but he's not. Has that guy already ended his turn? It should be okay. But kind of annoying because I wanted to put him there. Whatever. We'll just... Oh, actually... Oh, I should have drank my goblin drink. Boy, I hope you don't drink it. Hey, good night, Bijante. Should have coated my weapon in poison. I think this guy just push forward and push big cleave. Seems like a good way to let that guy die. Glad he stabbed him in the head. Sins, you ever do Headhunter on your Catals? Is that ever worth? For some reason I thought that would be enough to one-shot and it wasn't even close. Headhunter slightly worse than Executioner? Okay. Yeah. That, I suppose that sounds right. Yeah. I don't know what you'd cut though. I already feel like the build is kind of tough to come up with candidates to cut. Let's see, do I put this guy here? It's kind of dangerous, but... Yeah, Viper doesn't need fast, that's true. They're gonna push through some with their shove. That was good. That was bad. And that was good. Thank you for attending my TED Talk. Is an argument for 8% damage over 9 lands are gifted on a damage broke lands 2-star melee defense? It'd be pretty hard to beat gifted since it's kind of pulling double duty offensively and defensively, but there it is. There's the shove. I'm very concerned about my flail bro down here. have a feeling I'm going to lose Horik here. And I don't know if there's a very high likelihood of me being able to change that fate. Now the Catalbro is in danger too. That's good. I feel like I'm just keeping that guy getting flee, yeah. After getting shoved, this guy's kind of doing nothing. Should at this point wait for all the fleeing ones to flee. Then we'll see where the resolve enemies is. Hit them a little easier. Get a couple overwhelm stacks on that guy. Give him a juicier target? That's tempting. I care less about this guy. Yeah, is that even true? Almost for sure the Warlord will charge through to get in range of this guy. And I think they're close enough to fleeing. Got terrible melee defense though. Let's do it. Operation, let's see what happens. As predicted. Don't like that there. You flee. Good. So now I bailed out one bro to put another in danger. We're juggling danger is what's happening. I might have to put on a pocket shield. Make that guy go a little later. I suppose I could go here and just rally. Make that guy a little more confident. Bonk. Live, laugh, bonk. Love this guy here, but with Headhunter into Legionnaires, two-handed flail and mace tie at attacks to kill is 98 melee attacks, assuming no shield wall. I assume that's just average attacks to kill. The interesting thing is the flails would have a wider, you know, variance, wider range. Yeah, just the mean. Get out. I want you out. I actually want you out of that net now. Oh, let's see. Just kill this guy might be faster. Good lord, thank you. In honor guards with shields, they tie at 72. Wait. Shouldn't... Wait a minute. Don't honor guards have more... Why is my brain struggling with this? So... Wouldn't it be... The hits to kill for honor guard for both would be higher. Hold on, I have to think about that after this battle. Something about that seems wrong to me initially, which I think is just I'm thinking about it wrong, but... Got them all fleeing. Whew. That one was spicier. Okay. got a famed cleaver. That's pretty dang good. Shit, I might actually have to want to use that. I guess the damage roll is a little low. Max rolled the minus fat per usage to just be a regular two-handed cleaver. Okay, I'm gonna think about Sinza's statement here. So, with Headhunter into Legionnaires, 200 flail and mace tie at attacks to kill at 98 melee attack. So the 200 flail is more hits to kill than the mace. So it makes up for it by having hand wavy, you know, higher melee attack. The crossover point is at 98. In honor guards with shields, they tie at 72. Oh, okay. Yes. Right. That makes sense to me now. Interesting. Seems like it's still a pretty hard sell for the flail, actually. Maybe not. Actually, no, wait. Something about that still seems wrong. I don't know. My brain is not functioning in processing this right, but to me, the higher the melee defense, the more the flail is taking off, or not adding on, basically. What is the difference between the... Did you use the same shield? Because they each can... At least the Ancient Auxiliary, or not Ancient Auxiliary, Legionnaires can have different shields. Which shield do they have in your example? Because the Tower Shield and the Coffin Shield do have different melee defense values. Whereas the Ancient Honor Guard only have the Ancient Tower Shield. Anyway, this cleaver is sick. So on Blackbeard here, so the cleave of 12 and 15 actually goes split to 11 and 17 between cleave and decapitate. Base damage is lower, of course, on the Orc Cleaver, even with double grip. However, with Duelist, this cleaver is going to have way more armor penetrating damage. And that seems like probably just a better weapon. So they're both really good. Yeah, somehow the Orc Cleaver is actually even better than the... Barbarian Madman Cleaver. After paying the perk tax for Duelist, that is. Right, until that point, the Madman Cleaver is definitely better. But I'm not just going to leave this unused. It's really good. So what does that mean for me? There's no one I'm training up that could use it. I'm basically... I'm kind of not really training up you bros. I do have these sort of potential trainees in Sigmar and Geralf. And one of them could... Let's just strip them down and look at them. They're pretty similar. I guess Geralf is a little bit better. Less melee skill. Quite a bit less melee skill. But if I'm gonna make them a cleaver bro, they have the same HP between these two. Fatigue's quite different. We're looking at a difference of 12. Resolve is the same. Initiative is, you know, a pretty stark difference. The build doesn't really need or want dodge. It's okay to have it, and absent that, that's relatively minimal value to have high initiative. Melee attack wise, Sigmar has definitely got Geralf beat. So with Geralf, excluding gifted, we can expect 85 melee skill, whereas with Sigmar, we can expect 91. Yeah, I know. Isn't that funny? We are comparing a 5k plus bro with it. Actually, he only cost like 3.4k. He was pretty cheap. Picked him up because he was cheap. Just to spec and to get this hat. But then Geralf will have better melee defense. Not 100% sure which one I like better. They're pretty similar. For this kind of build, melee skill is a premium, but fatigue really is nice. Maybe I'll go with Geralf. Let's read their description. He's got a hard upbringing with his father and brothers, temperamental fighter, undefeated prize fighter. Okay, kind of a hero's journey, seeking a new life. Whereas Sigmar is the pinnacle of honor, basically. Oh. Except that some speculate he was almost assuredly a terrible degenerate. Now he's making up for a horrific past. They both have a hero's redemption arc. Let's go with Geralf. So then this guy, which of the two cleavers is he going to run? I got 2 perks left. Could just pretty easily be Duelist and Killing Frenzy, and I see no problem with that. Boom. Really, the armor ignoring damage is like a pretty premium. And he's gonna hang out in the back with a heater shield and a warhammer, and occasionally go in and do some light taps. Okay. Well, fun. When he gets to nimble, I can give him this assassin's robe then. Okay, oh yeah, and I still need to level up this guy's attributes. And I guess I'll grab fatigue here. And another bro leveled up, just veteran levels. Looks like he could use some hit points, that's for sure. Hey, good night, Blackfire. Thanks for amusing me while I compared a lowborn to a highborn and chose the lowborn. The lowborn who was meant to be. Those 2 cleavers will definitely perform well in Monolith and honestly a lot of fights. Many orc young. Oh my goodness. Okay. Just bros being bros. And I could consider, do I want to go all the way? I do want to go through the tundra and find Hijirok. So that's probably a good place for us to sort of head and start combing through. Lots of ancient legionaries. That'll be a nice, easy warm-up fight to welcome Geralf in. We'll give our cleaver bro, or excuse me, the Catal bro, the big old cleaver. Okay, gonna back up 2 hexes and let him come to me. I could have and should have put the better throwing weapons for this fight on, but I didn't. So there's not that many ancient legionaries though, so not too big of a deal.
Gotta remember, this is still my Catal bro, so don't want to get confused about what he is functionally. Alright, let's try this cleaver out. Not bad. Not bad at all. Also random thought, but something that should go into the decision calculus for flails in Monolith is the chance to stun, which... Ooh. Give me goosebumps, that's beautiful. The chance to stun, which is not to be underestimated. It can be, you know, it's good. It's good to stun stuff. Okay, and that's another fight going towards the ambition. So that's a nice aspect of that. Banner leveled up, just a veteran level, as you do. Probably grab a bit more hit points. I think I'd like him to get just a smidge higher. Orc camp down there, kind of on the other side of this mountain range. Nah. Kind of don't want to travel through that, to be honest. I'm also, you know, have not yet found Goblin City. Could maybe quickly check over here, the bottom of this mountain range. It's not Goblin City, but it is an orc camp pretty far from civilization. Maybe this one's worth taking. They're all worth taking. Yeah, let's do it.
pretty easy little camp. And this far from civilization, could have a named item. You never know. Boy, am I tempted to just plop my gunners right on the other side of this little group of fireplaces. Fireplace eye? And just start blasting. I'm just gonna start blasting. Feels like the right thing to do. Interesting choice. Okay. Give that kill to the bro we are training up. We'll go ahead and get rid of this strange food. Who knows what that could be? That feels like something you only eat out of desperation. And we've got masterfully cured rations. We don't need such food. That is beneath us. And also might be of us. So, what's my decision between the 3s in hit points and the 4s in fatigue? Might greed it here and do the 4 in fatigue. Probably should grab 9 just to keep him safe for now. And probably will have 9 in the final build anyway. It's just a good perk. All right, this bro finally hit level 11. This question mark build. He's got a lot of melee defense. Why did I do this? I don't know. But he's got it. Let's get his resolve a bit higher. Give him bags. Give him axes. Give him a net. Now you got a stew. Okay, so I'm gonna head up to the tundra. If I recall correctly, after killing Icy Cave, I have explored this little chunk. I honestly don't remember if these areas were further explored after Icy Cave. I think not, but I honestly don't recall for sure in the timeline. I'm not gonna bother chasing the Orc Young too far. If they're going the opposite direction, I'll let them go. Cute little orc cave. No reason not to. Where was that guy? Gunners are one of the few builds where I do like when I have the excuse to do an overwhelm version of the build. It's just kind of nice. We'll leave nothing but strange meat behind. Some shrats down there. Consideration could be made for making like light padding replacements. Putting it on that like really bad piece of gear for a nimble piece, but don't think I'll bother. Okay, so how should I explore the tundra to seek out the hunting grounds? What's my route? What's my path? What's my plan? I gotta just hop back and forth and hop on mountains. Hey, Grib. Welcome. Oh my goodness, there's Goblin City. Happy to be your nightcap. It's a good way to end the day. what's the plan? Let's take their forward posts. So we'll probably come back and do Goblin City before this run reaches its conclusion. I think that could be on the menu. Obviously still a few other things that need to be done first. That is not the hunting grounds, but it is a place to do some battling. And this is Battle Brothers, so it seems like doing battle here is the right thing to do. Handguns are so good against orcs. And so many other enemies too. So satisfying. Don't remember exactly what my ammo situation is like. Hopefully it's not bad. Even if I'm a bit low on ammo, that's fine. Oh, and a named armor and a good one. Wow. Okay. That is a great nimble armor. Damn. 176 and -8. That's like really good. All right. This is such a profitable little journey. Oh yeah, how's my ammo? Okay, just fine. The Wolf's Noble Mail is incredible. Move over, Assassin's Robe. I may not ever need to bother with you. So yeah, throw bone armor plating on this guy and that's looking pretty dang good. I'll probably give it to my future cleaver that I'm training up. We'll take the +4 in hit points. That was a pretty straightforward level. Great. Well, let's keep combing the tundra. Looks like this is a goblin camp in these collapsed dwellings. What if goblins used a more potent poison? I don't know. Losing your AP, your sight, and your... Is that it? What does the goblin poison do? Initiative. AP, sight, and initiative. I thought it did one more thing. Used one that paralyzes, but yeah, they do that. The shaman traps you in vines. Look at Grib over here. Is he on the side of humanity? Like, unclear. What if the goblins had handguns? One of these classic uphill versus goblin fights. Ah, I see. Playing Baldur's Gate 1 and poison kill you in 10 seconds. Maybe they could have one that the poison itself does nothing except sort of condemn your character to death unless someone treats them of their poison. Suddenly, those antidote items you can craft that everyone completely ignores would be very valuable. Yeah, maybe they use this disabling poison because they want to capture stuff alive. Do they look like the type that wants to keep them alive? Maybe. For slavery or torture? I mean, I will say, I kind of like, as a side note, it's not really what you're talking about, but it made me think about, I really like the way goblins are in this game. In a lot of games, like, I haven't played Baldur's Gate 1, but Baldur's Gate 3, for example, in a lot of D&D, they're kind of by default a little bit dumb. But I like the way goblins in this game are conniving. I don't know. I feel like they kind of use intelligence and outwitting their opponents. Human slaves or human bodies or something in their camp. Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. I think that's right. Yeah, the Battle Brothers goblins are, I think, one of the, probably the best implementation of, like, goblins as well. Also, you know, when you take out Goblin City, it's clear in its description that this is just one of many cities of such grandeur. And that to me is just really cool. Makes me wonder if that's those sort of lore decisions, I guess. Makes me wonder if those are Casey's doing or the German brothers, whatever their names are. I don't know. Yeah, in other games the goblins are a level 1 enemy. They're kind of like your intro enemy, right? Like, yeah, okay, at first you washed up on the beach and you're fighting crabs, but after the crabs, it's goblins. The Tox brothers? Okay. But yeah, I wonder how much of, like, you know, the lore of goblins and like the way they function, and makes me wonder how much autonomy they gave Casey for writing that stuff versus how much was sort of planned and preordained. Ah. Bless myself. Saying bless myself after sneezing is like, that's, I don't know. That felt really weird. That felt really weird to say that. It like made me uncomfortable. But I feel like I should say something after sneezing. Got ourselves a spicy barb camp. Probably wait for daytime to do that one, but I think I will do it. It's a pretty spicy fight. Definitely feel uncomfortable in this one without my spear bros as well. So I've got enough bros with reach weapons. I don't know why I don't just attack and then back up one. That feels like the right thing to do. I still don't really trust my tank that much. Well, I mean, Griv, I knew you needed a lullaby. Like, I'm not cruel. So I do have the option of shooting, throwing, and backing up one, which seems pretty good to me. Kind of limits where I can shoot from the next round, though. Maybe I should try to protect this flank with the tank. that's right, he doesn't have Pathfinder. Ugh, gross. This guy, I have to remember, is a trainee with nothing. Oops. Oh no. That's maybe fine, but that's not what I meant to do. What's all these resolve checks? Team. And probably I like the throws better than the gunshots. I guess I rally here. Can't believe the team's taking resolve checks there. Unbelievable. Okay, and that guy cannot get surrounded because he's not good yet. He does have 9, but... Let's go for one finishing blow. Nice, okay. This is kind of a risky place to put my cleaver, but boy, I've got some opportunities here. Okay. Alright. Bottom solved. Okay, that actually, this is all kind of looking pretty okay. Okay. Nice. And if I lose one Sipar, I don't care. No, don't attack that one. No. Okay, he did not proc 9 lives, so we still got that. That's like the one... That bro's getting trained up. He's still squishy and fragile. No, don't miss here. It's not the time. Okay. Now he's safe. Fractured skull, though, and fractured hand, mean that even trying to train him up is going to be a tricky proposition. Unless we can get that treated at the temple. He did. He got injured quite badly. He's like a bro that I'm training up and is still just a lowly level 3? I think he's level 3. So yeah, he's a squishy one. That's why I had him hanging in the back where I thought he was safe. Alright, and the drummer lives. But nobody else does. No named items or anything. Just standard set of loot. Oh boy. What do I get rid of? What's cheapest? The feral shields are worth nothing. The heavy metal shields are worth something. Hatchet's not worth much. Cudgels aren't worth much. The goblin skewers aren't too much. Those aren't much. That I don't care about. Alright, let's see where that gets us. We can do better. Get rid of little stacks of food that's gonna go bad, and like, I don't know, some other stuff. 6 ammo? Who cares about 6 ammo? This thing. Okay, that's good enough. Cool. I guess we do have the option of getting the next card upgrade too, I guess. And unfortunately our destination that we're heading to doesn't have the best sale prices, but it's kind of a crazy place for a camp. Okay, the tank has hit his final level where he has to take recover so that he can use recover in the monolith. But unfortunately, this is one of our weaker bros. Yeah, look at the thing wrapped around his head. That's right. When I was digging through the game files, I found that one and I shoved it on my head to make an emote. It looked like a pretty cool one. So I am familiar. He really kind of goes right over the slit in his helmet. It's true. He'll sit out for a little bit. He'll have a little rest. I maybe should take gift or a student on him, just to get him trained up faster. I should do that for the next level. And I might take the 4 fatigue over the 1 melee skill just to give me a little comfort in armor selection. Probably just get forge here. Keep my life simple. I don't have to think about that one too much. And what does this guy get as his last perk? Maybe just Fort Mind? Probably just Fort Mind. Definitely just Fort Mind. Fatigue neutral with 47 resolve. Untenable. He was breaking a little bit in that last fight, and I did not like it. Not one bit. Can't have my boys breaking. Just 6 enemies, huh? Doesn't seem like very many. I went kind of a weird path. So did that guy. Off with his head. And that guy might just run and end the fight. No, he's determined. Interesting choice. Let's see how it goes for him. He's got a severe concussion. I think that might only be the start of his problems. Okay, what do I not want to carry around? Bear helmet? Crude metal helmet? Bludgeons? I've got all these orc weapons. Okay, that'll work. I need to just get back. Oh my goodness, the hunting ground! Great. If you don't have enough slots for the EG Rock armor, what happens? I'm not gonna risk it. I'm gonna put stuff on people. Alright, hey, good night, Grib. Have yourself a wonderful sleep. So I'm gonna equip a helmet and one other piece of gear. Actually, I can do better. I can do two. So I can do like a sword and a shield. So a cleaver and a shield. Okay. So now I've got space for the EG Rock armor. I'll just figure out what I want to do with getting rid of that stuff. All right. Excellent. This is what I wanted to find. And is there anything I want to do with the squad before entering battle? I don't think so. The only thing I can think of is that I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna be right back in 1 second. I'm back. I also closed the windows behind me because it's getting a little chilly, actually. We'll destroy this thing. Let's do it. Yoink. Okay. So I want to make sure I get as much surround as possible. I want to make sure I'm able to give him a bonkins next turn. Didn't have a bonker back here, unfortunately. I guess I could put this guy here and that would be fine. Do I leave this guy here? I guess so. You know, I actually probably should have just started that guy out with so this guy's the actual... No, who's the faster one? Wow, is he faster than Wolfert here? No. Yeah, okay. Now I'm at the start of the order. He's only really faster because he's impatient. Is he faster than Matisse? Yeah, he is. I don't think he's faster than Idrak. I don't know Idrak's initiative off the top of my head, but I'm sure that it is faster than that. Probably? I'm not sure. I'm sure that I'm not sure. Like I will not be getting bonks in before he goes, but I will be able to bonk him for next turn, so that's pretty good. I will not be able to bonk him with this guy, but maybe this guy can move over. Bonk? Bonk. Do that. Where do I want this guy? I really don't have a good place to throw it all, which is kind of too bad. Let's move him in here. Leave the Frosty Catals, despite the fact that he is currently dazed. See where he goes now. Oh, the high ground. Makes sense. Enemies, especially beasts, simply cannot resist the allure of the high ground. They can't do it. They're simply unable. I wonder if I should be waiting with the Catals to death blow. Maybe sometimes, but I think if I have an attack, I just take it. Okay. That wasn't much of a move, but okay. Weird flex, but okay. That other Catal who's currently out of position to attack. I think I definitely wait with him. Probably move this guy. Probably that guy too. Dang, did want that bonk. That one hurts. Fractured elbow. Doesn't lower his damage. Glad that Ijirak doesn't have, like, zone of control. Almost cleaved. Hey, there it is. Boom, the beast is done. Still, we prevailed. All right, the helmet and armor of the Ijirak, as the prophecies foretold. Okay, so I think I'm going to go ahead and throw Armor the Ijirak on the tank. Give it the Lindworm Scale Cloak. Wow. If I do that, I don't even have enough. Well, it's not a very good tank. When the time comes to go into Monolith, we'll send him in like this, and we're going to be doing a little, yeah, a single 60 durability shield though will get destroyed. My goodness, am I going to have a reason to keep this monstrosity? I might. Well, anyway, cross that bridge when we come to it. We're not there yet, won't worry about it. Regardless, I still like this particular armor setup for the tank. We can give the helmet of the Ijirak to somebody else. This guy's got plenty of spare fatigue. It's actually a slightly heavy helmet. I've finally got mostly good helmets on. This one is questionable at best. Finally getting rid of a few armors that I've been wanting to get rid of as well. With some hand-me-down action. This definitely needs to be better. This decayed coat of scales is way outstayed its welcome, and we need to replace it with something better. But we've just not quite had the opportunity. So let's see, this is definitely hit points or resolve. I suppose hit points here is divisible by 4, so by virtue of having Colossus, that was 2 hit points worth of hit points, which is kind of neat. Veteran levels here. I feel like I just want to see more resolve. There'll be a similar thing with resolve where hitting breakpoints divisible by 4 will grant a single additional because of the way the rounding works. Well, that was great. Need to return to civilization. And there's 2 weaponsmiths up here. I've kind of, you know, absent-mindedly missed, I'm sure, opportunities to acquire 2-handed flanged maces that I haven't taken. I'm sure of it. You know, I've got enough armor pieces that are pretty scuffed. I'm just gonna let that camp go. Probably this one too. We'll see what's there. Yeah. Oh, and how far am I from that? Pretty far. I'm still half tempted to get rid of the scavenger and just put in the bounty hunter. I just love fighting champions. It's fun. It's a great way to get, you know, more named gear. Yeah, we'll try keeping the scav. Anyway, what I was saying about maces is I've been neglecting. What is this? Snowstorms? I've been neglecting looking for them in armor or weaponsmiths. Just because it's not something I think about. That's the only reason. Because a lot of times on my fatigue neutrals, with the way I often play, is I'm fighting a lot of Barbarian Chosen somewhat early on, at least when I'm first training up all my fatigue neutrals. And I take that opportunity to just do Axe Mastery, kind of out of convenience, because I've just got the weapon. And so I'm not used to having to purchase the top tier weapon to have it available. Good. Line up for the handgun shots. Oops. I'm feeling it won't matter. Pretty stalwart little guard there. And this had bread and cloth. Get rid of the strange meat, and that's good enough for me. So I'll head to Hamargard, and even though the sale price here is not good, we'll sell stuff and look for a bonk. They are selling one. I will buy it. Is there any world in which I keep anything that is here? I don't think so. I could maybe consider hanging on to the very most expensive sort of just sellable items, the sort of cash items, the pearls and gold necklaces and such. But honestly, I could just sell them too, and I think that would be fine. Okay. I can update my objectives here. From find Goblin City to defeat Goblin City. Need your rock. Don't need that. Named Gera? Named Gear. That's probably all I really need to focus on. Except, I'm actually... 2 animaces. Put that up there too. That's just to remind myself. I've got these beautiful brothers with these terrible maces. What am I doing? And what's actually better, the 2-handed mace or the 2-handed spiked mace? It looks to me like the 2-handed spiked mace is better. Definitely. Not an item that I'm often comparing. Got a little 1 skull contract here. Running green screens, blah blah blah, don't care. So let's see. Hornheim, just a taxidermist. Is there a temple up here? There isn't. Allsliff has another weaponsmith. It might not be a bad idea to check that out, not only to look for the 2-handed flanged mace, but I've got quite a lot of money. It's possible there could be other named weapons there that maybe I'd be interested in. Not sure what that would be, but... Okay, if I complete destroying this moldy shelter, this freebie zombie fight, it will complete the ambition, and we'll have the undead necklace, which will be great. I guess fully skipping my turn there was maybe a little unnecessary. Stab. Cleave. Those 2 zombies kind of attacked in time with the music. That was cool. see if I can get the timing of the delay. Did a terrible job there. There's just enough of a delay, and it's different per weapon. Doing my best. Okay, that completes the ambition for destroying locations beset by the undead. Boom. And so, Orc Trophy and Undead Trophy are gonna want to be tossed or passed around a little bit. For now, I can give the Undead Trophy just to someone, just to hold, to have and to hold. Thrower gained a veteran level. Could even consider pumping a tiny bit of fatigue here. Not totally absurd. How many kills per fight do the Catal Bros have versus the throwers? I have to imagine the Catals have more. So 130 for 175, 147 for 224. 115, 115. Oh, that guy's new. Yeah. Catals have quite a few more. I would hope so. If they didn't, that is a serious problem. Because I like, you know, you play around them. Like, you set them up to do kills. If they don't have more, that's bad. That's really bad. I also have to consider my throwers at this point in the run have been shooting their gun way more than they've been throwing. And they're not actually getting that many kills with the handguns. In some fights they're getting plenty, but not too often. I'll go ahead and do this Necromancer. Obnoxiously nighttime, but whatever. Yeah, I think you're right. I also think that it's not totally unreasonable to consider I'm starting this sentence all wrong. What I was going to say is the stun is also kind of relevant. It's a handy thing that should be considered as part of the overall package, that I think is relatively close to on par with the days too. That's my whole thought. Well, what's interesting is that there's kind of a thing where against the shields specifically, the stun is better, just because it makes them drop their shield wall. Yeah, I'm a big believer in the heavy rusty axes, 2x fearsome. I like that quite a lot, but that's an artifact of other things going on in my playstyle. So. Yeah, true. Yeah, I think the flail is pretty good. Also, when you did that calculation, I can't remember, did you gave them Headhunter, right? Or did you not? Yes, so does the perk dex. Okay. I mean, I think you should, from the purposes of the calculation. I think that makes sense to include it because you're not gonna take it, right? Unless you're really perk starved and you need something else. I did have a flail fatigue neutral that I didn't have Headhunter on, and I think it's because he was so bad that I needed to patch his melee attack with Backstabber just to make sure he could hit anything. I'd have to think back or look back as to why I made all the decisions I did with that bro at the time, but minimum viable newt versus Monolith is probably Flail, Backstabber, Headhunter. Yeah, although I wonder what the hits to kill for Headhunter versus non-Headhunter is in Monolith, because you know, the head pieces are more defensive than the chest pieces, aren't they? Maybe that's not true. For the Legionaries. And they have brow. No, okay. It's pretty close to the same. I'm curious what the numbers would end up. I mean, yeah, definitely Headhunter will be better because, well, yeah, probably. Yeah, run it. I think Headhunter should be a decent amount better, but Axe mace are almost identical at 1.9 hits to kill. Legionaries 2.9 hits to kill. Honor guard. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right to me. And you're using the heavy rusty axe, right? I'm assuming. Not the great axe. Those are the head on 2 Okay. Okay. Yeah. Oh, why could I do time? Just want to get to the next city. What am I doing? Good fight, barbarians. Good fight. Oh wow, he's alive. Okay. Let's see. Wow, 50,000 crowns. That seems like an awful lot. Defeating another mercenary band is definitely going to happen, though. Now that I say definitely, then I'll just never see another one the whole run. Shouldn't curse myself like that. Such a brave little boy. So sad. But the dog's gotta go. Okay. So I'm gonna head down to Alsliv. I wanna see what's at that weaponsmith, as previously mentioned. Ambush trade routes is what's going on here. It's always something. Wow. What is this? This is the missing bro quality from my run. Has suddenly just fallen in my lap. Wow. Okay. I mean, he wouldn't be the one that I would train up to also use the cleaver. He would be one I would train up as like a fatigue neutral. I mean, that's a given. Probably a little low on melee skill, but still. Iron Jaw too. This guy's never getting injured. Huh. Well, whatever. We may end up doing something with him, and it may end up where it's too late, but we'll see. Cleaver Bro, last 2 perks, definitely Killing Frenzy with one of them, and with the other, I don't know. Yeah, I'll take the +3 now. 2.57 and 3.6 without Headhunter. Okay. Yeah, what's interesting then is, especially the Ancient Honor Guards, that's a pretty big difference. Yeah, definitely competitive. Yeah. It's definitely a thing you want to have, which is sort of like, that's what I expected, but I still, it's just, you know, an enemy that has Steel Brow, that have big helmets, it'll make less of a difference than versus other enemy types, so what does it come out to is kind of the thing that I was thinking about. And it comes out still pretty good. The whole, you know, more armor penetration on pound is kind of insane. So, like, Flail Mastery is one of those few masteries that, like, just says, hey, damage. Hey, Akibio, how's it going? I need to decide the last perk on this Cleaver Bro, who suddenly, out of nowhere, we got a worthwhile Orc Cleaver. Out of nowhere, out of left field. Have to leave your job but you'll survive? Well, that's good. And you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, I've got 2 of them. It's funny because I feel like I've been in a lot of discussions. I'm not anti-cleaver, but I personally will never build a Cleaver Bro without a named item. Like, I don't think it's a good enough weapon on its own. I don't even really have a use for them unless I get a named variant. But the game throws these like godlike cleavers at me, which are incredible weapons that I'm obviously going to use and be very happy with, but why does the game do that? I don't know. But yeah, this one actually has for being an Orc Cleaver, actually has a usable attack cost at just 11 fatigue. So I need to decide what to take as the last perk. I mean, I kind of like the idea of, just for science, take Recover and then keep track of each time I actually use it. That was Sins' suggestion. Though I think I'll add an asterisk to that. I have to use Recover and still use Cleave after that once. Yeah, see, and I think if you're doing a non-named cleaver, even in, you know, controlling for turn order and whatever, you'd rather it be something else. Yeah, Katals aren't good without maces and nets, I agree. But I think if you're gonna pair something with a hammer, I'm gonna be honest, you should probably just use a noble sword. That's my hot take. Much better fatigue economy, hit chance, better damage, unless you're doing decapitate. Wouldn't Fearsome make more sense? I think yes. Fearsome would be better. Recover is just the science pick. Fearsome is the better pick. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else. I mean... Yeah, just sort of looking at the perks at a glance. Fearsome's the one that, don't get me wrong, objectively, that's better. But I'm curious about this one. I just kind of want to know. Boy, very important you had the space there between pen and is. Just base. Oh yeah, it's definitely injuring. I mean, it could do XE, right? But the cleaver is the follow-up weapon. So... I'm often already going to kill something pretty reliably. If something's already hurt and I'm using decapitate. If something's hurt enough to be injured and I use decapitate, it's probably dead. But XE it's a reasonable choice. Now, I'm gonna choose something. I know this is I am an avid anti-recover person, generally speaking. I'm gonna choose this because I'm going to add a new text box. And I'm gonna say, let's see, cleaver count. Cleaver Bro, recover uses. Boom. That is so large. Oh, I made it disappear. Oh, no, here it is. That's way too big. Okay, not very readable, but that's fine. Cleaver Bro. I'm being... Hold on. I have to use all the... Yeah, so the cleave is 11 because it did roll the -3 in weapon skills build up fatigue. So it's actually relatively fatigue efficient. I mean, it's more fatigue efficient than a two-handed cleaver. At least on cleave, not on decapitate. So that's kind of an interesting thing about it. I hate recover. I don't think it's a good perk on anyone except for a tank. But I'm curious how many times I'll actually use it. I think the answer will be very, very low. But I just want to know. Recover and puncture off tanks as well. I never build those, so I wouldn't know. I'll have to take your word for it. Yeah, I think it is incredibly rare that I'll use it. I think it could come up. I think the one fight where it will come up and actually be relevant is Monolith. That's what I suspect, and that will be the only one. That's my current prediction. Place your bets now. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, the Orc Cleaver as a tempo weapon is totally great. Where like you don't have enough or very good two-handers and stuff like that. I've got absolutely no qualms with it as a weapon in that context. I think then it's not only pretty good, but good and very satisfying to use. Oh, recover. I see. See, I don't think I would ever do that. I would always find some other perk that I feel like would outperform. I'd have a hard time thinking of a game state where I would want to do that. But I don't know. All right, I'm gonna head down to these cities down here and check out their armor smiths and weaponsmiths for finally improving my bonks. I could maybe... Let's travel on the roads. The Holy War is going on. Maybe we'll have some northern armies to fight. Yeah, same. I'm just mostly only ever using it on tanks. And by mostly, I mean actually only. I think. I even feel like if, God forbid, I build a fencer sometime, I'm gonna make it so they're ready to stam out and just do slices. Slashes, or whatever it's called. I'm not even gonna get recover on them. That's the ultimate diss to recover. I mean, I don't know. I'm not convinced, actually. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm saying I have to get a named fencing sword. For me to build a fencer, a named fencing sword is a prerequisite. And, you know, that's just unlikely for any particular very specific weapon to drop in a run. Oh, I think you can get a good candidate for it. I think I purchase a lot of Oath Takers. Like, I think there's plenty of Oath Takers that are legit, like, good for the build. I've found plenty of those. I just haven't found a fencing sword that I felt like justified the build. See, and I will go so far as to say, I don't think AoE Hammer Guy is a build even with pristine stats. I just don't. See, but why not just use a mace? I mean, stagger is nice. I don't think the hammer itself is worthless, but I don't know. It's use impaired. Yeah. Yep, and it has, yeah, everything Sins is saying. But yeah, the other thing about the hammer is, like, much like the problem that I've got with the mace, you have to buy one. Yeah, there's a few enemies where in a combined arms type setup, I think that they will perform pretty well. But background that's never mentioned in the Fencer discussion is Beast Slayer. That's fair. Beast Slayers are fast. Beast Slayers are kind of a fun origin. I don't want to say that. Beast Slayers are a fun background because they just have like a little bit of everything. Like, you want a little bit of melee attack, little you know, a little ranged attack. How about a tiny bit of melee defense? How about some initiative? Resolve? You know, Beast Slayers are fun like that. Yeah, the starting barbs for sure could do it. Yeah, I don't think finding like a Fencer candidate is unreasonable. I just think that for the Fencer to be reasonable requires better than the base fencing sword. And my idea of how I would build one would be using that, all the lunging as like an explosive start, and then I just don't bother with recover. And then it's just like a really good one-handed sword duelist. Yeah, I mean, the lunge does, but the slash doesn't. So you just essentially stay them out. Because it just eventually becomes, you know, you just use slash. I do think that it's hard to beat the Oath Taker, though, if you are going to build a Fencer. I don't know. It's pretty premium. And they can often be found for not that expensive. If I'm hiring Beast Slayers, personally, it is usually because I wanted to hire a sellsword and it wasn't a choice. Most of the time. I mean, banner definitely. Forge tank. Yeah, they can. It'd take a pretty exceptional one to do that though. Hiring calculator for fences. What a time to be alive. Give me a briggies. Training up some bros on you. But I will say, you know, the one thing that is true about the fencer that I can get behind is that it is fun. The lunge skill is fun. No, I made my game lock up. I swapped weapons at the exact moment I stopped moving. Damn it. What a disaster. It happens every once in a while. Disappointing. Not stopping. There we go. Launching her back up. Is it not finding the application? Oh, there it goes. Okay. Alright, I'll do the fight again. I feel like you could pretty easily do Well, maybe not pretty easily. If you could find out the percent... If you could find out the percent chance of a particular trait, I feel like it's not too unreasonable to fit that in. I mean, it's your calculator though, I mean. It's still more constraints. I don't know. I've got access to the code now. I can be a code diver and find out. I did try to figure out the answer to the question of what we were talking about yesterday, Sins, when it comes to the generation of the map for Kraken. And I'm gonna be honest, the code that creates the maps is weird, and how it gets to where it gets to for doing it is strange. So I need to figure out the code base a lot better to be able to get to a point where I can figure out the answer to that question. Yeah. I learned that recently the hard way when I was looking at enemy AI behavior, the code for that, and I wasn't planning on going through all the crazy scoring system and conditions and whatever. But what I was looking at was, does it take Nimble and Forge into account? And my conclusion was that it didn't, but then I was surprised that there's a whole chunk of its scoring calculation that looks for a bunch of stuff that is used in attachments. So I said, oh my god. It doesn't look at Nimble or Forged, but it does check for, you know, and the only two things that lower damage in that way are the Kraken plate thing and the what's it called? The fur, this one. Cloak of thick white fur. Why does it not just say what it is? Anyway, the one that reduces range damage. But it has a whole section of calculation for that where it doesn't actually pull the information from the defender. So it's got this whole little section of calculation where every value is just like a bunch of things that multiply together to just be one, always. And I was really shocked by that, and Calandro nudged me in the right directions to get me to see that. So that was a good lesson to learn early on in my initial sort of, you know, forays into code diving and sort of digging into Battle Brothers code to sort of answer questions. And it was illuminating that as a software dev that, you know, it's been several years off now, but if I have a chunk of code that does nothing, there's a serious problem in my code. Like literally nothing, always nothing, you know what I mean? So Sword of the Stars, The Pit. I have never even heard of such a game. So no, I have not. Thought I was still a dev? No. I work in like radiology IT, but I'm not actively writing code these days. I'm riding on the coattails of some very high profile successful projects that I put through. So, you know, there's that. gonna do something so far. But no, I'm not writing. Ooh, hey, a knight. Good, this is the kind of fight I'm looking for. Yeah. Though, realistically, they are going to get smashed, is what's going to happen. So, there's that. Come here, you fools. But I do want to make it so that I get that, let's make sure I've got daggers on everyone. Holy moly. Actually, maybe I should, nah. I enjoy, challenging roguelikes, though I'm very, I don't know. I'm very bad at and tend not to enjoy a lot of like action-y type games. I like my turn-based strategy. Or real-time strategy. I was an old StarCraft player once upon a time. And I was a top grandmaster in StarCraft 2 for most of the duration of Wings of Liberty. You can still find random casted games, probably of me losing to someone like Huck. But they're out there. Okay, yeah, that sounds up my alley then. I'll have to check it out. I think I'm just gonna scooch everyone up and meet battle lines all in one big classic straight line. Do I go all the way up here? I might not tie up quite as many as I want. I'll go up here, where I've got Lone Wolf. Okay. So I really wanted to fight the knight specifically because of the armors they can have. I'm a little like meh on the coat of scales. I'd rather be coat of plates. I guess beggars can't be choosers. It's still like good and I want it, but I wanted something better. Mom. Hey, thanks for the raid, Indomitable Snowman. Okay, yeah, I'll have to check it out. It looks like it's from 2013, so an oldie, and I'm kind of an old soul. I like old games. Hey, this is in fact a big fight. That is an accuracy. It's just a random noble army that we found wandering around. It is certainly a big army. Not sure exactly what I want to do with my cleaver, bro. I want to dagger this guy's armor, but it feels like, how do I get anywhere without that? $320 always turns to $210 at the looting screen? What? Yeah, I want his armor, but I can't get my cleaver involved. This sort of sucks. Just go here. Do I want a snow cone? Would you like to eat a snow cone? I feel very original having sung that. Yeah, so were you playing Battle Brothers Indomitable Snowman? Or was it some other game? I saw that you were playing today, but didn't know if you were still playing it. Oh, 320 and 210 are hard to distinguish on a night quite often. Yeah, visually. I see what you're saying. I agree with that. Yeah, I think that's true. I've seen him playing. Caught a few streams. Yeah. Now, what is my plan for this night? How can I get those outsides without hurting the good insides? The bad insides for the good outsides. I want to excavate the juicy center. I do have Indom on my banner. Yeah, it's just like a tanky banner build, generically tanky. He's been my one of my tools for solving goblins with Indom, and given that I do that, and I put him on the front lines for fights like nomads and whatever, I also want him to be able to withstand, you know, melee attacks. Fortunately, my Catal is going to need to bail. Do I shoot my own bro just for a better shot? Yes. Yes, I do. Now, don't hurt that armor. Don't hurt that armor. Be gentle with it. We want that. That was satisfying. Well, their army is doing a good job of kind of falling apart now. Where can I move this Catal bro where he's safe? I mean, I could just go here and stab, and then stab, run. Yeah, guns make a lot of fights look silly. That's why I like them. That's why I like them. Let's see. I could start daggering now, but I'm gonna need to do more damage. A little bit more anyway. I'm gonna hide here for now. Aha, sneaky tricky. Good rally there from the enemy banner. I was maybe gonna do something cheeky there, but decided against it. Wow, what an attack. Ooh, a resolve check on the knight. Didn't like his archers getting taken out. I don't blame him, I wouldn't like that either. Please. Don't you run for me. Well, this guy's one of the ones with the rondelle, so sure. We got 2 rondelles and one of them is on that guy, so I may as well get him in there. Let's see, let's just push that guy forward. I think it's fine. Okay. They are retreating now. So, a bunch of them are just gonna get away, unfortunately. I mean, is fine. Hey. Yeah, thanks, Indomitable Snowman. Have yourself a lovely lunch. I hope that it is delicious and nutritious. Or at least delicious. A little questionable to get that guy in melee range. He'll probably be fine. It's very unlikely something bad happens, but... yeah. Okay. Well, we got the fancy armor. Oh my god, am I gonna press recover and get an attack? We'll see. If I can't dagger him down, I'll have to update my counter at the bottom. Not today. It would count, but it still didn't even happen. Alright, coat of scales actually, I don't know why I'm acting like, I wish I had a coat of plates. Like it's 20 durability. And it's quite a bit lower fatigue. So I should be happy with what the game has given me. And I am. I appreciate it, and I am thankful. He's got this old, very stinky coat of plates that now is slightly larger, and there's obviously been some polish done, and it doesn't stink as much. So this is a dramatic improvement. Not exactly a fashion perspective, but from your interpersonal relations, it's a dramatic improvement to not be walking around in very stinky armor. All right, pole arm, getting some luxury levels. Let's just pump the resolve. Make the fearsome checks bigger. He had a real nice attack in that last fight. So I'm gonna go to Königsland first before Everfest, just because the cities can have, ooh. Okay. Our Swordmaster that's one of the precursors to him becoming old. So, I did see a way to get a bonk that honestly I might just take because I need the bonk and don't want to risk not being able to get it. Though I don't think I'm training up a new bro. So, and actually, yeah, okay. I don't think I have any need for the decayed coat of plates anymore. I could keep it as a backup in case one gets real hurt, but if one gets real hurt, then the bro's real hurt, and I'm probably waiting to heal both bro and armor. Oh, I didn't even look at the sale price. It is not good. I'm committed now. I was kind of not paying attention. I thought it was like, I thought it was ambush trade routes. It is terrified villagers. And yeah, I should check the tavern and see what their rumors are. Good call, Sergey. Oh. A old family heirloom called Mercenaries Sun-Touched Harness. Heading west of here. I mean, if it's west of here, I assume in the forest, possibly in here? Certainly there's nothing between these two towns. Could be up in here too, I suppose. West. No other information. You did. Well, if I find it. Those camps in the forest can be... the radius on spotting them is obnoxiously low. Alright, and I'm going to buy a bro for his weapon. And unfortunately, he's good, but we already have another Hedge Knight. If there were a way in the Hedge Knight event where they fight of ensuring who the victor was, I could like feed my like good Hedge Knight this other Hedge Knight. Or I could feed infinite Hedge Knights into my one super Hedge Knight. I have a monk anyway. Do they depend on the level? If they do, I don't even remember what the benefit is. What do they get if one of them wins? 1 to 2 melee skill and 1 to 2 melee defense. That's not that good, actually. That's like... Just gamble on 50-50 like a Giga Chad? I mean, hey, I might. I mean, I could, anyway, all right. Yeah. Well, I was gonna see if I could very quickly pull up yeah, may the strongest man win. I guess I could share the screen, but save yourselves in the battlefield. 1,000 crowns to stop them. So what is that? Save yourselves in the battlefield and yeah, so each one is a secondary. Let's use the strongest in battle. Yes, it is in fact. Here, I can just copy paste this line into chat. You don't have to know what the things are, but yes, it is dependent on their level. It just does a random number between 1 and the individual's level. Notably, if there's a way to determine Hedge Knight 1 versus Hedge Knight 2 in how they're presented in the text, this is getting a little... Oh yeah, Hedge Knight 1 is the first in the initial text. Hedge Knight 2 is the one that'll be second in the initial text thing. So, yeah, it is dependent on their level. Interesting. And then F and G, that's the ternary operator. Basically, if the first, if true, then F, if false, then G. And those are just the outcome stuff later. So, I wonder if it pulls based on the roster window. I'd have to look more into its trigger. It's not in the event itself, but it would be in the trigger that causes it. So I would have to look at that. I'm not going to do that right now because no one else can see that window open anyway. So anyway, fun. But I've got proper bonks on everyone. That's neat. You can tell because the way it is. So, if you could control who is in what slot, and you get a Hedge Knight that is level 1, does that even exist? Can a Hedge Knight be level 1? Is that possible? I'm not actually sure that's possible. Don't they always come with levels? Yeah, they always come at least level 2. They're always at least level 2. So it is... Well, if you can control the order that they appear, it looks like it does just say .level, though I'm not sure if I'd have to look at the get level code, which again I'm not going to do right now. I wouldn't be surprised if the game does like they're level 11 and then they have like additional veteran levels or something. You know, I would have to like, you know, I've learned that anything in this code base has to be sifted through with a fine-toothed comb to get what actually happens as opposed to what looks like happens. And the scripting language is, I'm not making this up, called nut. It's called squirrel, actually, but the files are called nuts. It's very strange. So, anyway, I'm going to go to Eberfest because I want to use the training hall. It is... What do you mean it has to be symmetrical? I just showed the code. Right? So, there is an outcome that happens in the case of a tie. It's not symmetrical. There's a built-in tie break. It's not re-rolling the randoms or anything. Well, we'll quick raid some trading caravans just for fun, just as a treat. Got some fine wood. Can I get to that trading caravan and get back to Eberfest before night? I think so. But yeah, the score for the Hedge Knight versus Hedge Knight event, though, is like super high. One benefit to me keeping him around is the very first time it happens, I'm pretty sure the first time it happens, the monk is going to get a permanent resolve boost, which is great because my banner is a monk. So I care about his resolve stat very much. Which one is combat drills? Is that the one that, that's not the one where the brawler says they are weak, right? I'd have to look at what outcomes F and G mean to answer that question, Sergey. So, if you're unfamiliar with the way that's written, the ternary operator basically says, you know, based on what's in the parentheses, if it's true, then F happens. If it's false, then G happens. I'd have to look at what F and G mean. Like, I don't know which one is which. Oh, okay, high level and low level combat bros. I see. I mean, if you're really memeing, you just sit there and you help that farmhand remember how to bale hay. And you just be like, hey, remember baling hay? For years. That's incredible. $80 melee attack at level 1. That's awesome. Suddenly your hunter becomes a sword master. Alright, we'll bust that supply caravan, but first, before it's nighttime. I mean, this run is at a point where I'm, you know, this is pure luxury, most of what's going on here. Well, good, I like what I see there. There's some things there I want to buy. I will probably not do that. Yeah. Though, interestingly, not everything on the wiki is correct, because some of the wiki was written with people just looking at the code and taking things at face value, and a lot of the code lies to you. It just lies. It has these big elaborate functions for values that have never been instantiated or aren't accessible at that point in the code, or whatever. Or that it just never populated, or, you know. So, be warned. So, things I want to buy. I'm definitely buying the Saleh. That's a for sure purchase. It's going right here. Backwards baseball cap, looking cool. This guy can get back in the fold and start leveling up. I think I can hang on to the decayed coat of plates as a... Yeah, it's so funny that I got two blessed recruits when I'm... Well, whatever. Blessed recruits that came from late pickups that were just for weapons and farting around. But that's okay. We've made do with less than perfect bros. I mean, the run is already super strong. And then coat of plates, I think I'll purchase, and yeah, I mean, I already stripped this guy down on the assumption that I'm gonna buy it, right? So I do that. I want to find some dire wolves. Just to make a bunch of additional fur padding kind of all at once. Can put some dogs in people's accessory slot. Okay. We definitely need to make use of this armor. So once this guy comes of age and gets nimble, we can give that to him and put an attachment on it. I suppose in the meantime I could just put it here. That makes sense, actually. Can give him a better helmet too. At 50 hit points, I'm not even sure that swapping this out is right, but okay. Some improvements there. Yes. Yep. That's the guy. But you know, by this point, he's level 13. He's just a pole. That is the same one I used the water skin on. So we'll have to think about the fatigue of our swordmaster, given that he could become old by the end of the run, though I may be able to just, you know, swap armors around and make it so that he can function just fine. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. May not need to. We'll kind of look at what the armors are like. But like this guy. Yeah, so like right now he could already almost become old and be fine. So choosing first knight, it's because Sergey, in the case of a tie, someone is just gonna win. That's basically what's going on. Like you can sort it out based on what's actually going on in the function, you know, easily enough. But the two are not perfectly equal in that function, right? So yes, it is true or false, but yeah, I mean, so yeah. Yeah, where's the closing parenthesis? There it is. Yeah, random number between 1 and their levels summed together. If that is less than or equal to the first Hedge Knight's level, just in isolation, you know. I mean, where's the parenthesis? So, random number between 1 and... Right, so let's take an example. We can just run through this quickly. So I'm gonna say that it does it based on left to right, and that Bertolf is Hedge Knight 1, and Blackbeard is Hedge Knight 2. The first thing it's gonna do is roll a random number between 1, and these randoms I assume are inclusive, but that is gonna throw off the math if that is not the case. So let's pretend that they are. Some random functions. Anyway, let's say it's inclusive. So a random number between 1 and their two levels summed together. So that is 3 and 11. So a random number between 1 and 14. If that is less than Hedge Knight 1's level, which is less than or equal to 3, then the outcome F happens. I'd have to go through the code to look at what F is. I don't know if that means Hedge Knight 1 wins or Hedge Knight 1 loses, but regardless, I mean, I don't know. I don't have to go through this. In a tie, like something, one of them wants, you want to set it up. If you can set it up so that one of them is Hedge Knight 1 and one of them is Hedge Knight 2, you can guarantee that in the case of like whatever the tiebreaker is, because it's the less than or equal, it's not just re-rolling if they happen to be equal to try again for forever. No one writes code that way. At least they shouldn't. There's one Hedge Knight who's in a better position. That's the net statement. Again, I realized I set up an example and I'd have to look up at what the result F is. I mean, it's a huge function and it's got a lot of the get results. So let's say function get results. Let's get to the function definition. where it's gonna have a bajillion different conditions. My god, this is really long. Oh, I'd have to look at what calls it. Okay, I'm not gonna do that right now. Anyway. Whatever. But yeah, I think it must be inclusive because there's a bunch of sections of the code that do roll a random number between 1 and 1, which is very funny. But not all random number, like a math.random in all coding languages is not necessarily inclusive. So, just a thing to keep in mind. I may as well give this guy better lessons too. Who knows? Just in case I end up needing to use that guy. Okay. Was there anything else I want to buy? Oh yeah, a rondel. Definitely buying a rondel. Hey, Blackbeard. Thanks for the sub. You're here. On Twitch. Incredible. Oh my goodness. Holy buckets. Holy mackerel. Thank you. Whoa. Holy moly. I'm sorry I don't have like notifications set up or anything, but that is incredibly generous and I appreciate the gifted subs. Holy buckets. Yeah. All my custom emotes are not locked behind, and the most important one, are not locked behind subscriptions, but I can... Anyway. Hey, I appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying it, and anyway, I hope I keep you alive. But yeah, if you want Sergey, I can look at the code in detail later and give you a definitive answer on the Discord later. So, hey, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. That is very generous. And I assume if you're recovering from surgery, then, you know, you've got the time to sit and watch some games, and that's a good way to pass the time. And I hope your surgery went better than mine. No. Well, if it was at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, and it was about 9 years ago, and it was a laparoscopic appendectomy that just wasn't tied off tight enough, and then the person was bleeding from the inside for a solid couple days before it got caught, and then they were in the ICU for a week where they were just pumping blood product into me and I was slowly bleeding it out. But they did a second surgery, an exploratory one, where they just sucked it all out, and I was just hanging on by a thread. My hemoglobin was like 4, and there's pumping me full of red blood cells. Thank you, red blood cell donators, and platelets. Thanks for donating plasma. And anyway, I lived and didn't even have any permanent organ damage, which was a real risk apparently. because my insides were really struggling. So it was not good. It's the moral of that story. Yeah, and I was hanging out at that for like the whole week. You feel real bad, it turns out. Yeah, so anyway, if you don't feel good after your surgery, in general, or any medical procedure, you should listen to your body and get things checked out. No, but we can check this one. I bet you this is the same one. Forest to the northeast of here, west of Koningsland. It's gotta be in here. Yeah, there's definitely a famed in there. We're gonna go searching for it. But yeah, it's awesome. Yeah. Hey, enjoy the rest of your day. Make sure to get plenty of rest and fluids and all the things that you need to do. Get well. Get well and be well. Oh no. Since they found more broken bones, that's not good. Though, I suppose, if you're all busted up on the inside, it can be hard to find them all on your first CT or MR. Okay, I'm gonna wonder if it's in here somewhere. But yeah, it's funny because when you go in for a surgery, there's always like a talk before you go in of like, you know, all surgeries have risks and, you know, 99% of them go fine, but occasionally there's problems either with the anesthesia or, you know, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Yeah, come on, Lookout, do a better job. The problem is I hate sifting through the forest to find camps because the vision radius is legit tiny, even in the middle of the day. And, you know, the famed is west of here, and I don't know the full, you know, I don't know the distance that is west, right? At what point does it become northwest? Because it's sort of a skew-morphed hexagonal grid, like it I don't know. And this said it's in a forest northeast of there, and so at what point is northeast just north? I don't know. Maybe it's like in this tiny little patch. You could check it. I'm busy. Go away. Fine. It would be nice if it sped out. Yeah, if it sped out a patrol, I could follow the footsteps, right? That would be awesome. That would be awesome. That attack was not awesome. The tank finished it off. You should be embarrassed, Aslam. just wanted to get that warlock so I could go up and shoot. Okay. Get them, gunners. But yeah, I don't know what the right answer is for how much time to spend looking through the forest. Like when I know there's a famed, right? So I know there will be a reasonable payoff, and it's an armor, and you know, you actually can determine the type of item based on the name as well. They're just, you know, a set of constant values that it pulls from for naming things. So assuming there's no overlap or reused names, you can actually, from a name of a named item, determine exactly what it is. Which, you know, there's a certain level of that I'm not going to do, even though, as I previously demonstrated, I do have the decompiled code. But that's a level of, like, knowledge that is a little bit too meta knowledge. I don't know, that's not fun to play around either. So I'm just gonna not pretend like I don't know. I'm just gonna keep myself ignorant and just simply not know. I'm okay with that way of playing the game. So what's my plan to try to find this name now? I'm gonna do one more sweep. I maybe could have paid very close attention to exactly where I was. I don't think there's got to be like a certain radius around a citadel where it won't spawn. And we're looking for tracks. And that said northeast, so I think after a certain point there's like what becomes not northeast, probably the same path as this diagonal line, I would guess. So northeast is probably limited to that direction, sort of parallel to that road, I'm guessing. I'll give it another little check here, but don't want to spend too much time just going back and forth when I could just go fight some orcs. Could maybe be like in here a little closer to Taubenmoose. Maybe I'll take a tiny peek here. Not seeing any tracks. Yeah, I don't know. I'll look just a tiny bit longer, but then I'm just gonna... Yeah, I don't know. trying to find my experience has I've done something like this before where I knew there was a famed in the forest and I just gave up on it. I mean, they'll help, but I think they're too far away. Like, as in, I think the radius gain of sight from this mountain, like here, where my cursor is, I think is too small to account for the radius lost of finding things in the forest. Maybe the hills could help, but yeah. Footprints north? Where? One, big one, really. So from where I'm paused right now, right on the Gloomy Woods text. I can't see that far away, right? Interesting. Well, we can do a line that way. Okay. I mean, I can take a peek on the hills and mountains right below it. Oh my goodness. Could this be it? It could. That does match the sort of triangulation between the two. That's where you saw the footprint? All right. Awesome. Well, thank you. This is great. Teamwork, making the dream work. And it's just some wimpy briggies. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Rotor Ravens Black. Give me whatever fancy things you've looted. That is a weird name. That's a very weird name. How they ended up getting that out of their sequence of names they generated, I don't know. Even at nighttime, the handgun is mowing them down. Filthy briggies. Filthy, filthy briggies. I really do like calling them briggies, though. That is, I don't know. It's just, it feels right. It's just, it's the right thing to call them. I don't know. Oh, the mass route. This one Briggy, though, is very brave. It's cut down, but he was very brave. Okay, let's see what our prize is. Mercenaries Sun-Touched Harvest, which is not that great. It's actually kind of another mediocre black and gold armor. They're actually like kind of similar. They're very similar. And it's unfortunately not that good. This one, remarkably, I got almost the worst possible rolls. Maybe even the worst possible rolls. I can't recall exactly, but 231 durability and 22 maximum fatigue. I think the fatigue is the worst possible. Anyway, so this one's a little bit better. But that was quite the wild goose chase for a not great piece of medium armor. It does look really cool though. So, that's something. Looking good is important in Fashion Bros. And so, given that this guy's gonna get old, I'm gonna hedge against that now and just take this +4 for the future. Old is bad, but it's not that bad, actually. So what do I want to take? Do you ever take Brawny and the Swordmasters? I will. And that could have been an option, right? I could just keep pumping hit points. He's actually at a pretty okay amount. So, but yeah, I will do it like if I have to. I think in this particular instance, we're okay not doing it. But I think it's something you want to keep in mind as an option. So things I'm looking at are Fearsome, Reach Advantage, Fort Mind. Fort Mind's the most important of them all. Let's just grab that. And I will probably, not to try to predict the future, but given like insane amounts of melee skill, like if you get up to like 100 melee skill, I actually think Reach Advantage is, like at that point, I think it passes over into being a reasonable pick. Especially if you've got good melee defense, which this guy is good. Not great, but good. Well, we found the piece of armor. Where to now? What's the plan? I could head down to the south and try to get a couple Night Owl elixirs and fight goblins and do Goblin City. Still plenty of time for it. It's only day 97. I want to level up these, some of these bros that are in training. Unfortunately, I recruited some of like the best bros that I've found the whole run right at the end. Whatever. When I'm not going to use them. I mean, I guess I could technically train one of them over this guy, but he's... whatever. So I'm going to go south, but before I go south, maybe I'll just quick move over to like the road to see if I can find a army on its way traveling somewhere. See, Northern soldiers. That's exactly what I wanted to find. A few knights. Okay. Though interestingly, I'm also kind of looking for Zweihanders, which I will pretentiously say with a German accent. Because I want their helmets. There's a few bros I think that would enjoy that. Yeah, for the hats. Right, so like this guy could use the hat. Honestly, even this guy could probably use the hat just to protect him against necro savants. So yeah, purely for the hat. It's a big army. I really want this guy to participate. So he's going to. We'll give him an arming sword instead of a... Well, no. Give him the warhammer. He can still attack. We're not gonna have him. We'll have someone else hold on to the cleaver. But yeah, the Zweihander's helmet is like practically a piece of named gear. It's for nimble bros anyway. Okay. Let's do this. It's a big army, for sure. $28. And I'm pretty sure these are just duelist hats, though. They look really similar, but the Zweihander's helmet has like a little patch of mail, and it looks like these don't, so. Okay. There's the knights. These war dogs are kind of annoying. Kind of putting that guy in sort of a dangerous spot if I have him participate. He's still fresh. He's still fresh and new. He's not very good. I'd almost rather these guys get surrounded. So I'm gonna have him maybe just be right where he is, actually. Well, I could go up. No, I can't even go up in shield wall. Boy. Yeah, okay. Oh, war dog. Don't be like that. War dog. You're ruining my shot. Alright, we're gonna use the goblin poison. Dang it. Cool. So I might just put the cleaver kind of midline in here. Yeah, things got a little weird and a little sloppy. But it'll be fine. These Zweihanders will be able to do their, yeah, whatever that's called, great cleavage. Okay. Definitely gonna blast here. This guy's got the poison. I'm gonna wait to see if I can move up. Take out that footman first. Nice. That's how I was hoping that would go. Boy, I don't know what to do with that guy. Obnoxiously, I just really want to take out that guy, but he's been too defensive. Come on. Woof. Don't want to eat another Zweihander cleave, but looks like I'm going to. Cut leg muscles. Cut leg muscles is actually kind of unfortunate because he will no longer be able to overwhelm them. I don't think, anyway. Unless they build up way too much fatigue, but I don't think that's happening. I'm still gonna optimistically wait here. Come on! There we go. Scorpio Seb pulling out the emote game. I don't know how it is that... I don't know if it's something about people who want to watch Battle Brothers or what it is, but people's emote games are good. Like, there's some good emote game that I didn't anticipate when I started streaming. Not something I saw coming, but have been pleasantly surprised by. That's the gunshot I've been trying to do! Somehow the banner made it through. And this guy still has 9 lives. So he's actually a lot safer than he looks too. Okay. And so far, the knights have done a good job of being incredibly irrelevant. Like, not even participating in the fight at all, practically. And so there could be a daggering that happens here soon. I'm thinking. Yeah. Okay, they're running. Good. So that guy ran off of his little stoop. Let's clear some space. No, come back. I want that helmet. How is he so fast? He's a knight. He's clad in armor. I want to cause resolve checks to him. No. Okay, I took another resolve check. He's so fast. Why is that knight so fast? I want that decorated full helm. Oh well. Yeah, so the cleaver guy, he does still have 9. So I'm hoping that just resolve checks can do this. Okay. Oops. He pressed recover. Let the record state. And recovered to dagger twice, once successfully. Blackbeard the Cleaver Bro did use a cleaver recovery. I'm gonna put 1 with an asterisk. Because it's not a real recover, and I know that. And, as predicted, Sergey previously mentioned that the coat of plates magically turns into the 210 armor, and by magically, it's just they have the same little pauldrons. They kind of look the same. They probably are distinct images that you can tell the difference between, but I can't. And anyway, honestly, the only good thing that was really looted in this massive fight was the noble sword. That's it. Would have liked the decorated full helm that the other knight had on, because I've got one, yeah, this helm, which is like, for a named helm, this is abysmal. attack them once and check the armor type in the log, I suppose. Yeah, right. Yeah. That's funny. That's kind of clever, actually. But I got a noble sword, which I'll throw onto my thrower to replace their arming sword. So that's something. And this guy gained experience, which is what matters most of all. Could bump his resolve. If only I could read the future to know whether I want HP or resolve here. The Cleaver Bro doesn't need as much resolve as like the fatigue neutrals. It's not like 45 would be the worst if I never got a +4, but I really don't want 45. I'm gonna go with the hit points, it's safer now. And I'm just gonna take path. No, I'm gonna take student. Let's get this guy leveled up as soon as possible. Let's get him up and operational, you know? Where was I going? What was my plan? I got that no named item, was gonna go, yeah, down to the south. We'll check out the 2 city-states down there. Maybe I can start my collecting my northern soldiers. Better to be left with without the last level ups and resolve and take 4 mine than need HP and not get an AMH out. That's true. That isn't what I meant, but that is true. I kind of want to avoid taking Fort Mind on this bro at all, but that is an option to kind of help patch resolve. That's true. Yeah. Have you found yourself a famed weapon before day 5? Not that I can recall in recent memory. I would guess that it's probably happened. We could hunt down more lindworms. Did some of those previously. Had some fun with it. Could be an opportunity to make more lindworm scale cloak. If additional fur padding won't present itself as an option, lindworm scale cloak is there for us. Probably lindworm scale cloak outperforms additional fur padding in Black Monolith against basically any enemy. I highly suspect that that's just true. But additional fur padding probably slightly outperforms in all the other fights like orcs and chosen. So that's not all the other fights, I guess. Goblin City, the lindworm scale cloak probably. I don't know, I guess preventing the poison? I'm not sure. But yeah, I might do this, hunt down some lindworms. I want this to heal though. We'll heal by tomorrow. It's about to be resilient. Resilient? I don't know, what are we saying about resilient? As a perk to take on that cleaver bro? Seems a bit dubious. Don't think I would grab resilient. I am gonna hunt some lindworms though. Oh, the injury healed. That counted as tomorrow. Where are the lindworms, though? Not over here. I'll check the other side. I don't want to fight them in the forest. Oh, just 3. Cute. And I do want to make sure, you know, in all, like, actually seriousness, what would his nibble percentage be at? 59? I mean, I'll have him wear something like this instead, but... Given the way I'm building him with super low hit points and never bothered to level HP at all, makes me kind of curious about how well something like a sort of medium armor would protect him. Cleaver Bro's a little too hurt, probably, to do anything other than whip, which should be fine. And do I have a reach weapon for this guy? No. Awkward. He'll just stand around then and level up. Okay. I hope this happens before nightfall. Okay. Oh no. Oh, that's a twist. Can this happen? What in the world? Okay. A plethora of Noxeras. So basically, what this really means is I'm going to be fighting 3 confident lindworms. that's all I'm. That's my only interpretation. Though the Noxeras are probably kind of okay against the lindworms. As long as they don't have too many resolve issues. I have no idea. I don't even know what the numbers are, but I have no idea how that could go. I'm kind of scared to have my tank go over here, but maybe I want everyone to go over there and just fight whoever wins. Okay, it's just one guy all on his own. Okay. I want to see what's happening. Naturals will break against lindworms? Yeah. I would assume so. But man, this is where I need that falcon. I want to know what's happening. Yeah, confident lindworms is what that's what I'm anticipating. I'll put it that way. At the end of battle screen, when it like zooms out and you can see the battlefield, I have to remind myself not to click off that so I can see, well, whatever mayhem happened in whatever's happening right now. Dog to scout? True. Yeah. Okay. Do I have a dog named Scout? I think that's one of the possible names. There's no reason for this, but... Quick Paw. Quick Paw feels like a good choice. Strider? No, I like Quick Paw. Quick Paw on Ulfert. Okay, I'll send Quick Paw. Yeah, the dog's just scouting. They'll come back. What the hell? Are they in separate engagements? What is this? What is this mission? I have seen the one where there's like random caravans getting attacked. I've never seen whatever this is. Did you guys hear that sound effect? That was a lindworm that just died. This is unbelievable. Do I go up and fight this group? I feel like I have to. I gotta get in there. I wanna see this. I wanna experience this. I guess. Okay, that's what I expect to see more of. Right, exactly. I gotta go before they go down. I want their scales. I also want to be really careful about not... I can't believe this is one of my concerns, but not letting a T3 Nacho just like run away with a bro too. So like, should be really careful of that, I guess. But I've got to think this is just confident lindworms overall. No, Quick Paw. They're so brave. Okay, who knows what's going on over there? Let the lindworm act and then I guess get in there and participate. Quick Paw, you are so brave.
Imagine reaching Lindworms. That sounds like a nightmare. I guess this Noxair is kind of like my ally right now. Sort of. No, don't attack me, you jerk. There's the bro consumption, as expected. Lindworm scales there. Well, yeah. Where should I go now? I guess I'll just move towards the center of the map. And see what I see. I mean, there's a bunch of Lindworms still alive. Quick Paw, an absolute legend, is still alive. Okay. There's a confident Lindworm. I guess I should go to him. Fight them one by one. Kind of annoyed by where he is, and I don't think there's probably a great way of making that better. Unless I like run to the left, but dude, I don't know. I don't know. This is okay. That's fine. We can work with this. I think the red ones just indicate enemy. That's my understanding. That's how I've always interpreted it. Any confident enemy has a red flag. I think. Wow. It's like, alright, that tank covered in goop. That's intimidating. This is... Oh my god! Quick Paw, no! Actually, no, okay, yeah. Alright. That Lindworm's... Quick Paw might be in danger.
The recall dog command. Is that in Legends? If so, that's great. If only. Quick paw! Quick paw, no! Quick paw, no! No! Quick paw! And it goes dark. Sad. This is like the end of where the red fern grows, you know? We abandoned Quickpaw when Quickpaw needed us most. He did give us some very good information of what the fuck was going on here, though. What happened over there? This is fuck wild. Let's let the Lindworm take its turn. I want to make sure that I'm the one to finish off the Lindworm. Okay, that was actually like kind of a lot of damage. Let's get in there. So wait, I can choose both of these and still see the map at the end, right? This isn't gonna... If I choose it's over, it'll still do the zoom out thing, right? I like kind of don't pay attention to that. I'm assuming. Or do I have to hit run them down to finish it? Or does that then not let me see the whole map? I want to see this battlefield. I think I can hit it's over. Yeah, okay. So I wish there was a way to hide this screen. There were like the three little battlefields. Well, then kind of the made up one in the middle. Wow, that was crazy. I feel like this obituary is missing an entry. Wind. Another wind? 2 winds? Brawler. Drake. Biter. Biter seems a little on the nose. Wow, that was crazy. Weird. Okay. Well, I guess I can sell the Lindworm Horde and Growth Pearls. And I think that is a delightfully, utterly strange fight to end with. This has been such a strange and neat run. So yesterday I rated Jorbs when he was playing Frosthaven, when he was learning the game. I asked a really dumb question where I said, it looks like Gloomhaven. He's like, that's because it is the sequel to it. So Jorbs is a very awesome, mostly Slay the Spire streamer, but he does other stuff. And I am gonna find my way to some slumber. So to all of you, have a wonderful day or evening wherever you are. Ta-ta.